Good morning. We are back from Massachusetts, the courtroom of George Beverly Cannone. The Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, the retrial. We had a nice break. It's a Tuesday morning, and we're here to pay homage as fans of the fan as we wait for court to start. I hope you all had a great weekend. I hope that some of you enjoyed the break and got some Karen Reed like just out of your heads for a little while, because this can be so consuming, especially the way both sides are divided, and that just giving an opinion on it can get you in hot water depending on the platform you're on. But here, good morning, everyone. Here, all opinions are welcome as long as we're respectful, as long as we don't argue, we just discuss. And I know there's a fine line between that, but those of us that actually conduct ourselves like adults in this world, we know the difference. So please, that's all you need to be here and say what you want. Good morning, book lover. It's good to see you. And thanks for being over in Twitch. I appreciate it. It's still slow going over there. I'm still 12 short, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We're breaking ground over there. It's one of the only true crime channels, actually. It's kind of interesting. It's a whole different format. Morning, Maggie. And so I hope everybody has something nice and warm to drink, or your favorite libation. You're comfortable, or you're busy doing other things while you listen. We've got the fan going, and the cameraman's being really decent to us today with a bright center shot. Putting the fan in all its glory. Well, today I heard a little rumor that we may actually get action reconstruction today. We may actually hear from Dr. Welch. And that would be interesting, because that would be the final piece of the Commonwealth's actual physical evidence to give to the jury in regards to how they feel this timeline went and how this actual crime occurred. Are you so glad I'm streaming today? Work was different without listening to you. Yeah, you know what? Thursday and Friday was quite weird for me too, because I did plan on streaming half a day on Thursday, and then all of a sudden I had the whole day off. So I finished up with P. Diddy. I got everything together and got a little bit caught up. I got some other things to do, and actually later tonight we will have an actual regular true crime and legal update like we do at 7 o'clock on Tuesday nights usually. And we're going to talk about Koberger, the Moscow, Idaho 4 case. And we're going to talk about Lori Vallow Daybell, because, she's acting up, and her second case should be in jury selection today. And then we're also going to talk about Courtney Clenny, because last week she had a hearing, and we haven't talked about her, the Florida case against Courtney Clenny, in a while, because it's been in stasis, really, with all the delays going on, with all the stuff about the prosecutor and, attorney-client privilege things that may have been read or may not, and that whole laptop fiasco. Well, we'll get into all of that later tonight. At the end of the week, we'll be doing another Sean Combs, United States versus Sean Combs, the federal trial of P. Diddy. We'll do our weekly review on Friday night, because I heard that Karen Reed's going all week. This trial is supposed to go all week with full testimony. I don't know how many of those days will be the Commonwealth, but it does seem like today is going to be pretty interesting. We're on our 38th or 36th witness, depending on how you count them. Nick Garino came on 3 times, and I counted him the other extra 2 times. So that's why I'm at 38, and some people are at 36. But hey, Couch, nice to see you. Hey, Turtle, what legal shenanigans are in store for us today? Well, if it gives you any clue, last week, Karen Reed walked in herself several times without any of her lawyers, or all lawyers came in by themselves. Today, she walked in with Alan Jackson, just the two of them. Walked down the sidewalk together, up the stairs, and into the courthouse. If that gives you any clue on what today's going to be like. Because when those two put their heads together, there's always shenanigans. Yeah. I missed you guys too. Yesterday in the library, we did do a streaming. We went over the Dateline episode on Brian Koberger's case, which is pretty big because of the information that was let loose on that. Caused much to do in the case. We'll talk about that later tonight, but it was interesting. It was nice to have everybody there. So, for those of you listening that haven't joined the channel, if you join the channel, I give you a link to the Discord, and there's a lot of other things in there. There are rooms for each case that have information, articles, videos, even the court documents to be shared, discussions that are had. We also do game nights, and there's lots of other creative things that go on there. It's a library full of information, but also a lot of creative people, music and art, and even things to do with all of the social platforms, like creating videos and doing audio. Lots of different things there. So if you have already joined the channel and did not join the Discord yet, there is a members only post on the community tab, which always has a link. And if the link for any reason has expired, all you need to do is DM me. If you have a different name than what you joined my channel, than what you'll be joining Discord, you just need to link them for me. I can keep it to myself, but I need to know who you are before you get in there, because it is a member perk. It is also full of creative collaborators that have worked on my channel and done things with me, projects together, and other associations for other projects that I do. So this is about well over 100 odd people in there. I guess we're almost up to like 130 something, I think. Well, good amount of folks. All the moderators are in there, most of them. Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of glad to take the break, book lover. Although I missed everybody, it was nice to have a couple of days. Although I did do Black Mirror on Friday, and I did the 50th Law with Record on Saturday that we've been doing every weekend, and it was great. I had a lot of fun with Mr. Mayotte. West Side Girl Reacts is his channel, and I had a lot of fun doing that with him because he's not a real fan, you know. My voice, as you can see, is a little worn. And I think that's just, I've also had a little bit of a cold during the week. And I think I'm just getting over it. And so it doesn't hurt or anything, but I can hear it. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I can hear it. It does sound a little strained, you know. So, yeah. I know you're there, Couch. Not everybody is active. You see, that's the thing about the library. It's a nice, quiet place. You can just like read to yourself and look up all the information. You can join activities or not. It's really just a great place for that, because you don't have to be involved in all the conversations and all the day-to-day stuff. And it's comfortable. It's perfectly acceptable because like so many of us do it. I'm not even in there every day. I mean, I check out stuff that I have to, but I'm not in there doing a lot every day either. You know. Well, now, do you like the nice view of that they're giving us of the fan today, Couch? I mean, they did giving us a full blown special, nicely scented and everything. I actually posted yesterday a picture of the fan for everybody on the community tab, just to let all the fans of the fans know we were coming back. I saw people all over the socials posting the fan, just to tide people over. Apparently, it's a huge club of people who adore the fan. It really is. I think they like the fan a lot more than they do the lawyers in this case. Yeah. Hmm. I also saw a very interesting article on the socials uh, about when Hank Brennan actually represented Whitey Bulger. Okay. And he was his defense attorney. And they actually exposed a lot of corruption in that case. And it was really interesting because, when people are calling like this whole case is so corrupt in regards to law enforcement and the Commonwealth, believe me, Hank Brennan is not the one you want to know about that or to have anything to do with that, because he actually tore that town up when it happened in the Whitey Bulger case. And he spoke about it and he did things about it, things that, just to make sure that his client was represented the right way. But just because he actually, you know, people forget about Hank Brennan's fortitude, where he comes from, why he actually does this, and he hasn't changed, you know. And a lot of people that are involved on the prosecution side, on the judge side, or even on the defense side, they approach justice with integrity and strong fortitude. And I was like so happy to see somebody actually post that whole thing again. I'm gonna go look for it now that I'm talking about it, because like some of you just may want to read it. Okay. Because besides all the theatrics here, that we see in the courtroom, there is the justice. The prosecution, the Commonwealth represents the people. And they have to approach this case in a way to get justice for the victim, their family, and they represent the people. That no law gets busted up, just for the sake of busting it up. You know, this is a Twitter account that posted it. And if you go there, the second post is the full, this is the little clip. But then right below it, if you go there, the next post by the same person on the thread itself, like as a reply, is actually the full interview that he did. And it's very interesting. I think it shows, Hank Brennan doesn't tout his own horn. He doesn't speak loudly. He's pretty calm. He does get aggravated, and he does get a little, well, in this trial at least, he's got a little sanctimonious, like, and righteous, about some things, which I can't blame him when people were outright lying to the court right in front of him. I can understand, that. But things do get a little theatrical in this particular trial, and I think it's a balance to what's going on the other side a little bit. What I like to remember, what I know about him from before, and why I was excited to cover this when I found out he was taking on the second trial. I knew it would be a totally different trial. I knew the approach would be different. I knew how he laid it out. I knew he would dig through everything to see if there was more. And he found more. Yeah. Also, if you've guys been following with me, the defense may be pretty good at, trying to get that reasonable doubt in there. But you know who's really good at redirect? Hank Brennan. He's a killer at redirect. Oh, here
You
we
are
go.
unmuted.
And we're going to start. Guys want to bet on whether it's a sidebar first?
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so I was told, counsel, Mr. Alessi, you wanted to see me?
And here we go.
Okay.
Here you go,
You want
couch.
to come to sidebar?
Sidebar number one.
Sure.
First sidebar of the day.
Okay.
We didn't even have to take a yes and no vote on that. For sure and a sidebar. There you go, guys. At least they don't disappoint. At least they are totally, totally predictable, you know. But like I was saying, if Hank Brennan is so good at redirect, can you imagine what Hank Brennan's like at Cross? Wait, why is it repeating? Okay, deja vu. Is that deja vu? Like, did they just back up the feed themselves when they did that? Because I just checked and the feed's not behind. That's so weird. You guys heard what I heard, right? Like, you heard it. Did she just repeat herself or did it loop? Like, I'm confused. But sidebar number one in the pocket. I can't believe that. It's gonna be Mr. Alessi too, so I bet you he's got a motion. Welcome, Karen. Thanks for the hugs. Hugs back to you, dear. I see Karen Reed's parents and her brother Nathan. We have our AV guy, John O'Keefe's mother. I do believe behind her is his brother Paul. I am wondering what our first witness is going to be or whether we're going to have to do motions. Hopefully she goes to witnesses first and we do motions after lunch. But I kind of suspected with so much time off that somebody was going to come in with something that needed to be dealt with. You know, they're going to be thinking of some way to do something here, you know. Oh, I'm sorry your earbuds are broken. That's annoying, especially if you have to hold your phone up. Sorry about that, Karen. But I do appreciate your dedication. It's a longer one. We're like 2.5 minutes in, almost 3 minutes in already. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate you guys too. I really do. Oh, Maggie, everybody says hello. With nothing happening over the last couple of days, there's not much to really talk about except for I still feel the timeline is pretty accurate. Over the last couple of days, everybody's been going over it on the socials. Um, you know, there are still those that believe that the defense has put enough reasonable doubt out there that there's no way there's going to be a conviction. But there are others who say that there's so much physical evidence in the timeline as far as the new information of the Karen's own statements and words that contradict the physical evidence. The physical evidence, the DNA, the taillight shards in his clothing, the testimony of the injury, the medical examiner saying that there are actually no puncture wounds in the arm, that they're clean, the defense is putting out the story it could be a dog bite, but there's actually not a single puncture, and none of those scrapes are even any depth at all to measure, which means they're all surface, like as if something rough just went across his arm. They are not scratches or gouges of any nature. They are really surface abrasion type marks. They're not deep at all. There was nothing to measure. We heard that from the medical examiner. The new vehicle data timing, putting everything in time with the text messages, with the GPS from the vehicle before. It's kind of narrowing down the reasonable doubt, that these reasonable doubt things they're putting in there, that he was beating the house, that he went in the house, that somebody else did this. It's kind of narrowing the window down for that to actually be reasonable. Because that's the word, people. Reasonable. I have something else for you. There's a gentleman that's on the socials by the name of Anon Lawyer, who has done a Substack laying out actually what reasonable doubt means and what are all the parts of it. So if you get time during one of the breaks, it might be good to brush up, because we're going to be talking about it a lot, especially when the defense takes off. Because, there are some people that think if you have any doubt at all, she can't be convicted. And that's not true. That word reasonable, well, if you can't reasonably think that the third-party culprit did this, if you can't reasonably think that that was a dog with no dog hair, no dog DNA, and no dog bites or scratches, reasonable. The word's reasonable, Common sense kind of rules here with the jury. So we have to see. But it's an emotional trial. It's very emotional. And there's a lot of shenanigans. There's a lot of innuendo. There's a lot the jury doesn't know that we all know. And so at this point, every time I run it through the research, to do the calculations, I'm still only coming up with 65 to 70%. And that's not even on murder too. That's on manslaughter. So, I think they may be able to agree that she was drunk. But here's the thing. Not even Hank Brennan thinks she had intent. He does think she knows she hit him and left. But I don't think she thought he was dead or meant to kill him. And that kind of makes it sticky for the jury, doesn't it? Some people are crazy out there. I saw several videos of people saying her talking to each juror was to influence them all, like that they were alone with just her. And she said, vote guilty. Huh? Why would anybody, what? Who was talking to the juries? I don't understand that, book lover. You need to tell me who the person on the video said they were talking to jurors. Yeah. See, I would never talk to a jury. When the judge had to talk, they actually were saying that that's what that was about? Really? That's crazy. There's no way with the lawyers there that the judge would do that. There's no way. Like all the lawyers were there. Everybody knows the lawyers were like, there's no way. I think that's like shows how really ridiculous people are if they were actually saying that. Do I have that right? They were actually saying the judge was telling them to vote. That's insane. That's insane. That's actual insanity. Wow. I'm glad I didn't see that, book lover. I would have lost my mind. It is so dishonest that they would put that out there like that. It was a closed hearing to the cameras and the reporters, but both sides, Commonwealth and the defense, were there. Karen Reed was there, and all her attorneys were there, and they were all there for her talking to the jurors. They know what this was about. And there's no way, if that happened, that that there wouldn't be an immediate mistrial. Oh, I don't know. I might lose my mind if I heard people. I can't. I hope they weren't lawyers. That's all I have to say. They better not have been an actual lawyer that said that. I think I would go crazy. Like, it's bad enough some of the lawyers are on the hype bandwagon as it is. Um, you know what? I can't really blame them. They're on YouTube for a reason. They want their channels to be successful. Hype and marketing is part of it when you get to be a certain size. Please, people, like, I do love all the subs, and I do love that I'm getting bigger, but I don't want to get so big that that becomes an issue. I don't want to go there, and I don't want to do that. I do. I don't want to make that important at all. I just want to keep doing it the way I'm doing it. Facts, science, evidence, data. Yes, with some commentary thrown in there, I do have opinion. I do love the justice system. And when people say I'm a little leaning towards, the prosecution in most cases, that's true and not. True and not. My first case was Johnny Depp. It was a civil case. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate that. Yeah. Because I want to hear what you guys say too, and I want to actually, try to help you guys discover the answers to all the questions that we have. Like, I've gotten some really interesting discussions and questions going on here. And I'm not a lawyer, but I could tell you the difference between, mitigating and aggravating factors. And I could tell you the difference between motions and briefs and oral arguments and not, and I read briefs every morning, but, you don't have to be a lawyer to read a legal brief. No, you don't. But you do have to have a love of it, a passion for it, which I admit I do. Maybe a little too much for some, But I'm not pretending to know anything legal. It's just common sense the way I come at it. I never try to say that's the law unless I see it in black and white. And we always look up the individual law and the cases and the precedent for that particular state. We don't talk in broad strokes here. We try to find out really what's going on. I like apples to apples. I don't like apples to oranges. I don't do that stuff. I hear some of them talking like, big broad strokes about stuff, and that's not really helpful when it comes to the jury. The jury has to deal, in this case in particular, with Massachusetts law and how Massachusetts enters evidence in Massachusetts protocol, and who's in charge of the jury and who's not, And I seriously cannot believe someone had the audacity to say that Judge Cannone actually told each jury individual to vote guilty in front of the lawyers. That just blows my mind. It's not only dishonest, it's disingenuous. It's inciting riot and discourse for no other reason than clicks and views. It's the only reason I think they would do it. It's just to stir up trouble to get more views. It's not only disingenuous, it's distasteful. It's dishonest. It is such BS. You're right, Karen. Let's call it what it is. A big pile of poo. And I hope that the people that watched it all saw that, Really. I mean, people make mistakes. Maybe they misspoke. I don't know. I mean, I made a mistake the other day doing P. Diddy, and I just backpedaled right away and corrected it. There were two gentlemen that testified in the court that in like a day and a half apart, and they were both assistants to P. Diddy, and I got the wrong one. I said the wrong name with the immunity. I said the wrong one, accepted the immunity, and I had to backpedal that up. But you own it. You own your mistakes. You're not trying to give out misinformation or anything, but I can't believe they actually put that out there. I could just tell you that I'll bet you $100 that that never happened. That Judge Beverly Cannone never told each of those jurors to vote guilty because she would never, ever tell them how to vote or pick another side. She's very defense oriented, coming from being a defense attorney, and she's always very much in protecting Karen Reed's rights to a fair trial here. I've seen her bend over backwards to do it under some strenuous situations, being lied to her face by her Karen Reed's attorneys, and watching them do the spin and the dance, and knowing that they lied and they tried to pull a fast one, and still protected Karen's right to her trial to have the attorneys that she wanted. Just laid it all out, documented. I mean, she played that one right. It's all on record. There could be sanctions coming afterwards. There could be reports to the actual credentialing organizations like the bar where these lawyers practice, But she wasn't going to affect Karen's ability to have a fair trial with all the work that they did. People forget about that. They say that Judge Cannone is like playing sides. I don't see it. She's pretty tough on both of them. Exactly. Right, couch? Like this rocket couch, right? Because if Alan Jackson, and he was standing there and heard that, and Karen Reed, do you really think after they sat down there wouldn't have been like, I don't, Judge, I've got a motion to put on the floor. I demand a retrial. I mean, I demand a mistrial. You need to recuse yourself for judicial misconduct. I see an oral argument. I see papers flying all over the place. I see objection. I see overruled. I mean, I see shenanigans. Like, there's no way that went down. No way that went down. Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. It does. It seems like such a dumb thing. Yeah. But then again, I've heard worse things on the internet. Yeah. This is a very long sidebar. Something's going on. This is we're more than 15 minutes into a sidebar. It's pretty much. I wonder if we will even know what this one is about. I don't know. I'm sorry for being so quiet. I'm just like, my brain is just trying to figure out what the heck is going on. I haven't seen anything on filings over the weekend, but then the court was closed, so they wouldn't have got actually put on board until this morning. So I don't know. Maybe it has to do with what happened on Wednesday. Oh, my. I also saw Do I think that every day was? I think so. Actually, we had 2 days that it didn't, and they felt very weird. If you guys will remember, 2 days they did not start with a sidebar, and that was very strange because it's been more often sidebar than not. The sidebar is having a sidebar. I think you might be right, Turtle. I think you might be right, Ms. Moose. Yeah. I did also, some people were posting that the defense did not actually subpoena Michael Proctor, but I thought I saw him on a common list at one point, although I don't have an updated one, so I couldn't really tell you. I think the specter of Michael Proctor works better for the defense than actually bringing Michael Proctor in, because he might be humble and say he said horrible things, but he still did his job, and whatever. And they good chance they might believe him. So it's more than likely that they'll bring people in that work with Michael Proctor so they could say his name a lot and like throw stuff out there, because innuendo seems to work really well with reasonable doubt with this defense team. Seems to be like the way they've been doing it anyway. And you can't really trust anything on the socials anymore these days anyway. Like, even though it looked like an account that might be reputable, like with information and stuff, at this point, I don't believe anybody about anything to do with this case unless they see it in black and white or it comes right out of the court. Seriously. Well, unless I see it with my own eyes. Yeah. Then we got our law students up there and our reporters. I can't imagine what's taking this long. If nothing happened, then it could be about scheduling and timing, like because the Commonwealth is coming to their end of the case. Maybe their witnesses have to travel for the defense and they're having some issues with getting people here on certain days, or they're looking for specific timing so they can make arrangements, or they're still arguing about not being able to bring certain evidence in. Either way, I hope they just don't ruin the whole morning for Judge Cannone already. Like, don't put her in a bad mood, please. I hope everything's just going nice and cordial over there. What I really hope is that we at least get some testimony before lunch. That would be good. I wonder if anybody knows what's going on. I got to look on the socials now. It's like too much. Way too much. Let's see. Okay. No, just a bunch of posts about being back. And there is an almost empty press box, though. Uh, yep. Oh, okay. There was a new filing that did come up on 527, and it was about the defense bringing new witnesses in. At this point, Robert Alessi is addressing the judge at a sidebar. Today's trial day gets underway. Hopefully, we will get the filing today, and then I can tell you guys a little bit more about that. Let's just see. Okay, memorandum in order from the 21st. Oh, 527. Defendants, it was listed as document number 697. Defendants supplemental list of prospective witnesses. So they've added witnesses. Well, that could be a problem because of discovery, because witnesses are they're supposed to be discovery back and forth on what the prosecution needs to be able to interview them also. And so now they're not going to be able to come and sit on the stand until the Commonwealth gets an interview with them. In most cases, we shall see. We shall see. New witness list, week 5. Okay. I'm wondering what this actually is. Say, open it in a tab. Okay. What does pink mean? I don't know. I don't know it doesn't actually show what's been added. So I'm not going to share it because it's the old one anyway. But basically, that's what they're all talking about. And I'm sure that Hank Brennan has a lot to say about that. Okay. There are only 4 media people in the courtroom today. It's hard to tell who's live tweeting because the usual people are not in there. Okay. It's hard to tell. Nope, I don't see anything. But I do hope that we get that documents today. And we all still wait. All that complaining about the prosecution changing things. Oh, Couch, remember last week when they complained about that? Yes. All that complaining about the prosecution changing things up to short notice, and Alessi wants to add entire. Yes, he does. And he filed it this morning. How do you like that? Yes, you see, like, because I guess there's different rules for that side than the other, right? Right? Yeah. Shenanigans. I like this. Turtle Moose is giving me ideas for my new book. Shenanigans at the Sidebar, the new murder mystery from Clairview, published by Otter Books. Yes. And you oughter get ready for it. You really should. Oh, I think they're coming back. And I think the jury's coming in at the same time. Because everybody's standing. And we're going to the fan, which means the jury is coming in. We might actually get started. But I want to know who these witnesses are. I want to know what that was about. I want to see that filing. Somebody has to have it. Mm. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Definitely hoping to get some. There's so many of us that are covering Karen Reed. Like, somebody's got to have the documents somewhere. Yo. Mm. We'll keep our eyes open. Hey there. How you doing, Kurt? Hello, fitness friends. Yeah, I'm just sitting here doing no fitness whatsoever in English. You call lifting my coffee cup to my lips exercise. That's about it. Oh, and I'm flipping my pen and taking notes too. Like, I'm working my fingers a little. Oh, bit. How you doing, Kurt? I had so much fun Friday. Thank you so much. I was just telling everybody this morning it was such a blast. Really enjoyed it. We are waiting for the jury to be seated before our first witness today. If we get a witness, they've been in sidebar for more than 25 minutes now. And now we're waiting for the jury to be seated before we come back. The defense made a motion, filed a motion on today, this morning, May 27th, first thing in the morning. Hit the agenda that they're adding new witnesses, or they would like to. I'm a master of the double entendres. You can't throw them down the middle. Cool. Damn. This is taking longer for the jury to be seated. Like, what is going on? This is really... No, we're not behind. That's totally up to date. Yeah, flicking my pen. I'm clicking it too on my keyboard. If you can hear it. Sorry, guys. Well, this waiting. I'm not the most patient person in the world, so this is getting to me just a little bit. Because we've been out of court since Wednesday. Days and days and days. So there's not been anything to really bring anybody up to date on or to discuss in any great length. Except for how crazy it is that they open up every day with a sidebar or something. Well, I do find it ironic. I'm with you, Rocky Couch. Like Alessi's got a lot of nerve after him acting all like indignant and how it's against protocol and so unfair the defense to even update or correct information from a known witness with known testimony that they've had for 3 weeks. And that was just not enough time. And here it is, May 27th, and they walk in. Oh, by the way, we'd like to bring all these new witnesses in. It's just, you know what? I, of course, right? Of course. Of course, that's where they're coming from, right? Bad move on the defense's part. Almost as bad as you forgetting to give every Hun their gropes this morning. Yes, you should. You should. And good morning, Jean. It's good to see you, Jinzu. It's just too ironic. Like I don't even know how to explain that to people. Like how they actually come in there with a straight face and do this stuff after the way they acted on during the week at the beginning of the week. My guess is somebody came out of the woodwork, contacted them that says, "Oh, I could do this. I could give you this kind of testimony." That's what happened with the dog lady. That's what happened with Richard Green. Like they didn't find the expert witnesses. The expert witnesses found them. You know, I'm wondering who found them this time. This ought to be good. All right. I'm gonna say something. This is my snarky comment for the morning, and then I promise to be good for the rest of the morning. I mean, how many clowns can you actually fit in a clown car? Seriously. I mean, that team's getting pretty big. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure, you know what, Maggie? I know it shouldn't be allowed, but I think I've got this judge pretty well narrowed down. And she is going to allow it, but she's not going to allow them to bring them in right away. She's going to allow it only if the Commonwealth gets time to actually interview these witnesses. If they schedule them right away with the Commonwealth and they're of the same type of information and all, they're just like affidavit type witnesses instead of technical experts. If they're technical experts, this is so foul of a thing to do. Like it's beyond. What YouTube channel was somehow involved in this case? That would be a YouTuber by the name of Turtle Boy. He caught charges for witness intimidation. Yeah, he's got case of his own going on in regards to it. There was communication. Karen Reed's lawyers, Turtle Boy, information going back and forth. You know, a lot of witness intimidation. Turtle Boy did. I'm not saying Karen Reed and her attorneys did it. I'm saying Turtle Boy did it. That's the guy. Yeah, we don't talk about that though. Are they proctoring Proctor? I don't know. Maybe they do want to bring him in, but he was on their list. I just saw that somebody said he wasn't subpoenaed, which means he doesn't really have to show up, you know. But he was on the defense's list last time, so I'm not sure about the Proctor issue. Geez, now I got to go back to the... what is going on now? I thought the jury was coming in. What are they doing? Oh. I have the names of the 4 witnesses they want to bring in. Matthew Coleman, Michael Arrico, Nicholas David Waite, and Jonathan Diamonds. And they said that they had actually notified the Commonwealth on May 15th. For those of you that have an X account, here's the link. For those of you in my server, I'm posting it in Karen Read Room. If you don't have X, for those of you that don't have either, I'm sorry, but that I don't have it as a Google Doc link currently. It says now comes in the above the following supplemental list of witnesses to call at trial for the sole purpose of authenticating records. All 4 of these witnesses are only to authenticate records. So this will go through more than likely. Authentication is valid reason, don't you think? So remember when the manager of the managers of both the Waterfall and McCarthy's restaurant and bars came in just to authenticate the videos that were taken from their security system? It's kind of like that. So there's 4 of them coming in, and it's probably going to be for other types of either audio, imagery, or video, or some type of records, or the filing of documents, something like that. Authentication of records. There's no reason to keep them from not coming in, and if the Commonwealth knew about it on the 15th and we haven't heard any scuttlebutt, I can't see why it won't. Yeah, they just remember they came in for like just 1 second. Can you fax it to me? The other day my daughter asked what a fax was. No, I don't have a fax. I mean, I can send an image of it to you by email if that's okay. But aren't you in my aren't you in my Discord? You can go right in and just get it right out of the room. And and just, copy it to your PC as an image. Like you can copy it right from there. That all is like easy to do in the Discord. But if you need me to, just say that you need me to send it to you, and I will. But it's going to be like a PNG. Oh, you were being snarky. Oh, well, with the fax thing, I can understand why. Like your daughter asked what a fax was, and you were like, because like they don't use that. Like when people fax now, it goes right into a PC and comes in as a PDF, and like you never even see the paper anymore. So even though they may call it fax, it's really not. Like, but there are like programs on your computer where everything acts like a fax, but it's really not a fax. I don't know. We could send it by teletype. Anybody know Morse code that could translate it and do it over there? We might be able to send a wire. Okay, you know what? Best idea yet. Let's use a carrier pigeon. Okay. Now see what you started. Now we're all got a case of the sillies. all this waiting around for the fan. At least the fan's still spinning, but like I don't know what is going on now. What could possibly be going wrong? It was nice of her to. That was one of the reporters, Christina Rex, actually posted that. Let's just see. Oh my gosh, there's got to be something. Okay, what's going on? Oh, wait. They actually called a brief recess and the judge left the bench. The judge left the bench to go look at something. Oh, yeah. That's why it went up. Wow. Okay. I have no idea. We could have started an hour later with all this going on. I wonder what the defense whined about. Somebody's posting, I could have slept another hour rather than trying to figure out what the defense is whining about right now for nearly an hour. Oh, they are so desperate to delay Welcher from testifying because here's the accident reconstructionist that's supposed to come on today. Or at least that's what we heard. Smoke signals. I don't know when they're coming back. This was actually prepared yesterday. Submitted by Jackson, actually. The only ones on there are Jackson, Yannetti, and Alessi. Signed it. That's odd. I'm actually going to take a copy of that because that's odd. All right, so what's going on? Like, why did she take a recess after? Oh, it didn't even say why. Okay. This is crazy. I'm trying to see if anybody posted. Apparently, defense entered additional witnesses. I don't know if that's the right way to describe it. Well, court's an hour late. Okay. Notes under the court. Court is underway. The lawyers are at sidebar with the judge. I am watching today's proceedings on a video feed. WCVB has not chosen by the court's randomizers to be in the courtroom. According to the court clerk's office, so far today, 4 of the 10 media organizations who were chosen have shown up to claim their passes. 6 of them didn't show up. They'll leave the other 6 empty until 10 a.m. and then alternates can begin to claim them so more reporters can enter the room. They expect the prosecution will likely wrap up its case this week. Justin Welcher is expected. The sidebar ended. The court is in recess. Still no jury or witnesses yet. That was reporting from the inside the courtroom by WCVB when they do their line by lines from Mr. Biernick. I can't. Oh boy. Well, it's interesting anyway. I mean, I don't think it was worth an hour's discussion. Those kind of I guess it depends on the kind of records that they want to submit. I mean, that could have been part of the conversation and why it went on as long as it did. It's not so much that these people want to come in and, to authenticate records. It's what kind of records they want to bring in and whether or not the Commonwealth knew about it ahead of time. That's going to be an issue. Hey, Jasper. Oh, you're not late because court is late. Court is just nothing but shenanigans right now with sidebar. And now a break before the jury has even been seated. Whoever said the sidebar went for another sidebar was right. That was Turtle Moves. They said the sidebar is having a sidebar, and they were actually right because the judge left the bench to go think on something or research something or check something out, as she does because she doesn't want to make a decision. Yep. She doesn't really make decisions on the bench. She takes a think, comes back. If she's going to say it today, she'll say it when she comes back, or she will wait. She might have had to look something up or check something. I don't know. Or go look at evidence. I have no idea. Or they may have just annoyed her AF if she needed to take a break. Who knows? We don't get to see all of this. I just let my wild, overactive imagination just take over there for a moment. Have to keep my humor about it because it's so frustrating. Usually, if she goes, it's only for a few minutes here and there. So hopefully, they will come back. Apparently, when it went to Fan is when she left, because instead, when I thought the jury was coming in, because I heard the court clerk announcing, he was announcing. He said, "All rise for the," like, because the judge was leaving the room, not because the jury was coming in. So it could be a while yet. At least we have company. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. Oh, this is. I'll just keep refreshing the feeds to see if anybody is saying anything about what's going on. Yep, they don't. They don't really have anything right now. Everybody is just posting the list of the 4 witnesses that they want to add, but nobody really knows because even the reporters can't really hear what's going on at Sidebar. Okay, although the editor over at Law and Crime, Kathy Russell, she says from the time that the judge left the room, it's going to be a 20 to 30-minute recess. They had a 25-minute plus, and now a 20 to 30-minute recess after the sidebar. So, oh my gosh, we got another 10 minutes to go, I guess. Thank goodness they post this. Thank you so much, Kathy Rousson, for posting. Because how would we know? Like, they didn't say it. Although somebody posted a really good picture of Hank Brennan that I'm going to put into the Discord and probably use for thumbnail this week. I swear, after the commentary I've heard on some of the legal channels last week, I want to send that reasonable doubt article to every single one of them. Like they are really kind of misleading a little bit on what it actually is going. I don't know if they are doing it, for the hype. I doubt it. I guess they just get carried away. So in the 6th week of this trial, which we are in right now, we were looking forward to Dr. Judson Welcher. He's a biochemical engineer in accident reconstructions from Aperture, where Shannon Burgess works also. He still needs to testify, and we were actually looking forward to it. I thought it was going to be today, because from what the Commonwealth has been saying, they should be wrapping up this week. Mm. I don't get this at all. Yeah. I guess we'll find out if she's going to make the decision. She'll come back in and let us know. I was thinking one of the new witnesses must be a snowplow driver to bring in as an expert witness for being a snowplow driver. No, they actually said all four of them are only for authenticating records. So no snowplow driver, unless it's somebody to verify that the snowplow driver they testified actually had a license to be a snowplow driver or something. But I doubt it. But I get the humor there, Rocket, because that's how ridiculous it does get sometimes, you know. Well, actually, I think the hesitation is more about the records they're going to be authenticating than it is people coming in to authenticate them. I can't see the Commonwealth having a problem with people authenticating records. I can see the Commonwealth having a problem with late records being submitted without going through the discovery process. I can see them having a problem with that, and rightly so, especially after all that song and dance last week. I mean, that was. It's ironic. It's yeah. I just keep hearing the Alanis Morissette song in my head over and over again. I can't believe. I mean, it's actually funny, but it's not funny. I mean, it's funnier because it's actually true. They're actually doing this, you know. I think they are trying to buy time and figure out how to counter the timeline. They'll throw some filler witnesses at the wall and see if anything clicks in by the time they're done. True, true. They could, but like they really can't get anybody really in there. I mean, these they probably definitely with no problem because they're for authenticating records, which it says in the actual filing. It's a very short filing. It's one page. There was no there was no examples of irony in that song. It was all coincidental. You think so? Yeah. It's like rain on your wedding day. True. Hmm. Or like winning the lottery on the day you die. Like that's pretty ironic. But just I don't know. It's a pretty good song though. I'm still hearing it in my head. Oh. Looks like I'm going to have to be reported on the Tape Brothers again soon, too. Hey, Brody. It's quite funny, Rodin, actually. I know you put that for Jen, but I'm looking at you, man. That's a very corny joke. I like it. It's a good way to end the chat. So, did anybody do anything? You know, Americans here celebrating on Memorial Day. Did anybody do anything different? Oh, did you have a barbecue? Did you do a family thing? Did you go to a museum? Like what? What did you do over the weekend? I know it's only towards the end of May, and the weather wasn't that great where I was, but I did nothing. I chilled out. You know, I did I watched some interesting shows. I talked to some friends. I had ice cream and really good strawberries. Well, that was about it. It was pretty peaceful. It's pretty sedate. Hey. Hey ho, Jasper. I'm going to pour some more coffee. I'm not going to mute. You're going to hear it. It's not me. It's just me pouring coffee in a cup from my thermos. You hear? It's not anything else. Just to put the disclaimer out there. Because people can get really weird. Karen says she went fishing and camping and riding side by side. Not bad for an old girl. Today is a hell. Laundry, garden, work to do. And now we have you back. Well, thank you. I'm glad to be back. It does sound like you had some good time fishing and camping. That sounds good. And riding side by side. On a horse, or is it like a motorcycle? What were you riding? Yep, I think it's been a full hour since the sidebar started. They should be back soon. You think it should be 3 sidebar? But it's a sidebar in a recess because the judge called a recess. She left the bench. So I can only call it one. It's one sidebar in a recess. Oh, a four-wheeler, but built for two or more. Oh, okay, Karen. That sounds like fun. SpaceX will be test launching its giganto rocket in a few hours. Oh yeah, Rodin. Yeah. I'm sure that'll be live all over the place too. Yep, more coffee. I should give you all more coffee in the chat. Yep. I can't wait till we get all our Twitch subscribers so we can have coffee emojis over there too. We need coffee and otters and bears. Oh my. It has been so long. It could be 3 though, Couch. I agree with you in sentiment, but not like no, because the judge left the bench, so it's no longer a sidebar. It's a recess. Good ride through the woods, a little bouncy. Good thing you're not well endowed. I know, right? I can attest to that, Karen, being one who is well endowed. That's pretty. Even on bumpy roads, it can be rough. Yep. And boating trips and stuff like that, yeah, it's not good. Knock yourself out is right, or definitely get sore. Well, for everybody that missed the fan, we're sure getting a lot of fan coverage today. Like, definitely getting a lot of fan coverage, and that's about it. Because we saw the judge for what, 3 seconds? Oh, I hear noise. Could we possibly be getting a jury?
You are unmuted.
Yay. Judge is back.
All right. I was told council wanted to see me at sidebar again.
What? Are you kidding me? Oh. Okay, this is sidebar number 2. Here we go again. All right. All right, that takes the cake. I think okay, gloves off, people. Be as stocky as you want today, because this is just a I don't even know how to mark this in my time stamps for this thing. This is ridiculous. I know, more sidebars than an Irish wedding. I know. Carts, yes, yep. Oh man. That's gonna be interesting, Roding, with SpaceX. I do like watching those. All right. Got rid of that one. At this rate, you may have 3 sidebars before we get a first witness there, Coach. Oh, jeez. What could they put? Like, what did they do? Like, and why? Wait a minute. Is that Alan Jackson still sitting there? He didn't go to the sidebar? What is he working on? That he's not at the sidebar. Curious. That's unusual. And they had the AV guy making copies and stuff. I don't know what's going on. They'll come back and he'll need another sidebar because Alan's working on something while they're all over there. Like, this is just, I don't know what's going on. I don't ever recall seeing any of them sitting there when everybody else was in sidebar. Might be 2 separate things. Who knows what's going on? Well, since he is the one that was first signature on those 4 witnesses, maybe he's trying to get the records together for the judge. There was stuff missing or whatever. I don't know. They're trading some kind of Pokemon cards or something. I don't know. I don't know, Rhoda. It's so sus to me. Like, I don't know. This is gonna be a wasted court morning for sure. It is 10:20 already. We haven't had a witness. Second sidebar plus a 20, 30-minute recess. It's ridiculous. And Alessi is the one who wanted the sidebar. That's always long-winded. Like, this could go on for another half hour. Huh? Hey, at least it's not a Monday. Although it kind of feels like a Monday with all this going on. This is total Monday shenanigans stuff. Yay. Well, that's a different look for Miss Little.
Oh, great, great.
Let's see if our jury's coming in, huh? Yes, she goes to all the sidebars, Rodent. The defendant is allowed to. Most times they sit at the table and wait to be told by their jury, but Karen wants to be there. She was denied wearing a headset so that she could sit there.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court in case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Okay, first witness.
Morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir.
Who is it?
So we're going to have a short voir dire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Alessi,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Of where, dear?
Thank you.
Of who? Who is this?
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
It is
Morning.
Dr.
If you
Welcher.
look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Alessi.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Lally, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right, what did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully, it's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many, and what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday, within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics in my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe, in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know which slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yeah.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10
8 to 10.
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162.2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter, or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It brings it,
Voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffen's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is
Good.
You agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffen's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you want to testify to, that there is a change? Because your 1162.2 trigger, 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay? I'll see you at Sidebar. No, they can come in.
Are you kidding? Bring the jury in while we do a sidebar because this is getting ridiculous. I don't know about you guys, but I knew he was pissed off because he knows when Dr. Welcher comes in, he's going to reconfirm that timeline because he didn't do enough damage to Shannon Burgess with the CV to take the credibility away because he never could touch the data. The data is solid on that whole thing, and the whole of Shannon Burgess's testimony in regards to the data is airtight. And here comes his co-worker who has now made a few changes because of the new information that the defense received on May 7th and 8th, that everybody involved with the case received on May 7th and 8th, and the judge allowed it in, and Shannon Burgess testified. There's no reason that Dr. Welcher can't testify using that data, but they just want to pull it out because they arranged their whole defense on attacking them that Shannon Burgess can't be right because there was a touch on that phone afterwards. Because if they move that timeline with the seconds, it means that did not happen after that. The phone was not turned off much later than when the supposed incident of backing up had. Now that everything lines up, the phone incident turned off right at that time, not like 60 seconds later or whatever. And they don't want that because they're arguing that everything's off because he was obviously before Karen left. What they want to prove is before Karen left the scene, John O'Keefe was still alive. And that nothing really happened. That's what they're trying to prove. You see what? At least I think that's what they're trying to prove.
I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury of the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Thank
whenever
you.
you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction, things such as this, as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seatbelt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart. frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people. And then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us.
Thank you.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. It's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Furbus, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here, conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, did you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes,
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD, an engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, used the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appears, 141 pages, didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Alessi, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. Oh, that's my first slide.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brennan was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this, I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, Doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight, notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51-second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is a 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the text stream. So this is from Toyota text stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off, here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
text stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the text stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The text stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the text stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the text stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the text stream data.
The text stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The text stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new text stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brennan, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
The same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Sustained, asking differently.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger and it has a 10-second window and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No, for example, in the trigger event and say 5 seconds later, the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, you know, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point and time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here,
Could you
I
enlarge
mentioned-
that for us, Doctor? hate to
I am
interrupt, but-
doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welcher, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions 2 triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or 2 separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:12 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct?
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report, but it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we're ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr.
Mr.
O'Keefe's
O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe cell phone data, at .154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Your Honor, can we approach on-
Yes, we'll come over.
Thank you.
Well, that actually took longer than I thought for Alessi to call a sidebar, because this is exactly the information they don't want to coincide with Shannon Burgess' testimony. This is what they were trying to get at. They don't want this in here. But since Shannon Burgess was allowed to actually testify to the May 8th report that he gave, or maybe 7th report that was distributed by May 8th to everyone, in regards to a recalculation that actually, with the additional data that actually shored up this timeline between the three devices, all the experts are allowed to, they review the expert testimony of each other. Well, that report indicated a change from last trial to this trial in Dr. Welcher's testimony. I don't want it in here, because the last thing I want to do is add more credibility to that timeline brought forward by Shannon Burgess of Aperture. And that's what the whole voir dire was about, which did not indicate that anybody told him to change anything or anybody indicated anything. Well, they were trying to make their innuendos. I know. I see what Mandy has said here. I'm going to pull it up because she chuckled, and I did too, when he went over the list of everything that he went over and all the information that he was given in order to make his determination, plus information he searched out himself. I chuckled because I do know also that ARCA was only given partial information and not all of the information. And also the ARCA, Dr. Wolf himself, has 10 or so papers, and only a handful of them accredited, whereas Dr. Welch has 29, and almost every single one of them peer-reviewed and accredited. It's a little more weighty on the Commonwealth side as far as an expert witness for accident reconstruction. Just saying. Well, they're doing their best. to try to unsettle him with that voir there before, which I truly do believe that was just a tactic to try to get him unsettled and try to get the information not to be admitted into evidence. They already did all this with motions and this whole big hearing that we had last week in regards to the same report that Shannon Burgess was going to testify to, the changes in his actual PowerPoint with the additional information that was received from the Lexis data. So, they lost that battle, and Shannon Burgess did testify to it. I don't know why they thought they would win the battle in regards to Dr. Welcher being able to use the same information. And it's kind of funny to note that I see a few of the law tubers out there posting about how shady this is of the Commonwealth to be coming in with the last minute with information, and none of them are mentioning the fact that on May 27th, the defense is filed for 4 new witnesses to come in. If they were going to be bringing in Michael Proctor's text, and since the Commonwealth didn't bring them in, then, well, if they were going to bring someone in to verify those texts, like that could have been listed months and months and months ago. Well, they just did it on May 15th. Oh, that would be after May 8th, as far as I can tell. Well, Alessi is in charge of this cross, and he's been doing the sidebars all morning. I believe this is number 4, right? I mean, now I got to go back and look. I did not use the stick figures to count today. I do believe, yep, this is 4. You guys think we're going to, by the end of court today, after the afternoon session, you think we're going to beat 13 today? I think if they were going by time, we definitely would have beat it already. It was a nice touch, right there, Mandy? Dr. Welcher even shows pictures of him, like, examining the vehicle, going under the car, the whole 9 yards, taking everything into consideration. I will get you guys braced, though. Cross of this witness is going to be a little tedious because, unless he's going to have to give it his best shot again to try to make it look nefarious that some of the information has changed. Now, everybody knows if you find new information, things are going to change. It would be disingenuous to ignore it. The sidebar is also to take the focus off the witness. The jury now is regrouping, not listening exactly to disrupt the testimony. Because basically this is all the same information he just forwarded about. He knows what's coming in. What the objection for is, I don't know. They're going to try to limit his testimony the best that they can. And what they can't limit, they'll disrupt. It seems to me they smell a bit desperate today. And I know this is an important witness for the Commonwealth. Oh, it's the last piece in the timeline, ensuring up everything in the possibility that it was Karen Reed. Not only the possibility, but the definite that it was Karen Reed that hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle and caused his demise. Ay, ay. Yeah, I think so, Turtle Moves. They're going for the time spent in Sidebar record. Not the number of them, just the length in minutes lost. It's just too much. Okay, let's see if we're going to actually.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30.
Okay. Nice tie,
And
Hank.
so we understand you mentioned there were two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one,
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
correct?
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest?
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we
Sure.
can see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time to answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with the rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, it can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. Into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the tech stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval. That's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Sidebar number 5. Apparently, the defense really doesn't want him to sync up the 3 devices, even though Shannon Burgess already did. Okay, well, then how dare you talk about the data that's going to put my client in a bad light? Because when they sync up the data of the 3 devices, the GPS, John O'Keefe's cell phone, and the Lexus computer, the timeline matches. Yep, Mindy, that's right. This guy's got hundreds of thousands of data points in ARCA, shot a glass through a potato gun, and that was their evidence. Yep. Yes, these 2 things are not the same. They are not the same. I mean, it seems like, accident reconstruction witnesses come in all shapes and sizes. It's totally different. And I'm just going by their voir dire, because I didn't see the first trial. Well, it's amusing. How long you think for this one, people? You think we'll go to lunch after they get out of this sidebar? It's a 12-10. Alessi's on a tear. He does not want this. He's going to disrupt this. He's just going to keep it as tight as he can. He doesn't want, every time they go to talk about matching this data up to Shannon Burgess, Alessi objects and they go to sidebar. He does not want the jury to hear this concisely at all. Hey Mandy, you want to hear something really funny? There's actually law tubers out there on Twitter right now saying it's extraordinarily unusual and foul for the Commonwealth to allow their witnesses to use updated information in their testimony, in their projections, even though it was already argued all the way back in the beginning of the month. This was a total foul that he changed the slide. He's not changing the testimony. He's making it more accurate. As he argued, The information they're giving is all within the same window that they had before. They're just eliminating the extra time and matching up the 3 devices now that they can actually pinpoint to the 3-point turn from the Lexus. They are able to coordinate what would be the precise time between the 3 devices. That is not new information. That is just interpreting the existing information in a new way. The Lexus was the new information that was pre-approved by the court to come in when they allowed the additional testing on the Lexus in November. And I can't believe that the lawyers are arguing anything else out there on Twitter. I'm gobsmacked. Gobsmacked that they're trying to make this nefarious on the Commonwealth side. This is ridiculous. When Shannon Burgess made the discovery of the calculations of the 3-point turn matching up, he shared it with the defense and the Commonwealth, all of the expert witnesses, including ARCA, including Aperture for Dr. Welcher. It is available for all of them. That's what discovery is all about. And I'm sorry, the defense already lost this argument when Shannon Burgess was allowed to testify to it. So to keep going over it, it's like beating a dead horse. They lost this argument already. I swear, I've never seen so many lawyers get behind like the theory of the boogeyman before in my whole life. Right? I mean, come on. Am I wrong, people? Like, is this not starting to get to the point of ridiculousness? Yup, Turtle, don't look at the man behind the data. Oh, my. I can just see my socials are going to be a mess now. But I'm sorry. I just can't. Like, this just common sense. You know, I'm usually a real fan of the fan, but we're seeing way too much fan today.
Like right throughout. 10-minute break and then we'll go again.
Chair's right this way. Please
rise to the
the jury.
Okay, the jury's being dismissed at 12:15. All right. Now, what does this mean? We're going to have another little discussion. Okay. And now the judge says she'll be back in 10 minutes. I just heard her say that. So, like, what the heck is going on now? Oh, yeah. Let's go see if the socials know. Somebody has to know in that courtroom what the heck is going on. What is this now? Any ideas? No, I don't see anything. I did just see though that Kathy Russell, the editor over at Law and Crime, she said, "Judge, can I see the attorneys at Sidebar for just a minute?" And she posts this big picture that says "One eternity later." I feel you. I feel you, Miss Russell. I feel you. Oh my God. One eternity later. And then after the Sidebar, another 10-minute break for her to recover. All right. I have no idea. One eternity later, but I feel you. I know exactly what that. Some of the people on social are saying, and I quote, "Now I know why Robert Alessi looked as if he stuck his finger in a light bulb socket this first thing this morning. Because Dr. Welcher is good, really good. Explain it to me like I'm a 2-year-old. Welcher can do this very effectively." Mm-hmm. It's going to be amazing. I I don't know. I don't know why she needed another 10-minute break after the. You know they're going to come back in 10 minutes. She let the jury go for 10 minutes while she goes into chambers to look at or discuss. No, they don't. Like, do the social say who is borne the brunt of these sidebars? Nope. This one was the judge called them up. That's all. And I think it's about maybe the objections or like where the testimony is going. I don't know if she put limitations on what this man can say. I didn't hear her say it in the court. She might have said it during the sidebar. Oh, on another hand, did you guys actually read that Hannah Gutierrez got out a little bit early on her sentence? She served 15 months of the 18. She's been released from the New Mexico prison after completion of it, and she got the extra months credited for actually completing a drug rehabilitation program while she was in there. So she got some extra credit for time on that, like some, consideration. So she was out a little bit early. I mean, when you look at this testimony coming out, in the testimony we heard last week from Shannon Burgess of Aperture, what does it matter these couple of seconds? This timeline is tight now, even without those couple of seconds. The defense is arguing over seconds that are being reported to the jury. It still proves she was there. Just her and John O'Keefe in the Lexus. Nobody else. Like, this cooks her. I'm sorry. This cooks her goose. This is the most valuable information coming into the trial. And it correlates with everything else. Tail light found in his clothing. A head injury from falling back. Broken glass. A broken tail light. An obviously drunk girlfriend. Who tells multiple different stories. I saw him go in the house. I didn't see him go in the house. He went in the front door. He peeked his head in. He went to the side door. And don't forget all of that testimony about, did I hit him? Did I hit him in the knee? Like, could I have? I still don't believe there was actually malicious intent there. But I do think that eventually she figured out that she did hit him. And there definitely is a lack of accountability there. Because I do believe that the only two people there for this accident were her and John. I know. But time for refreshments, exactly. More coffee. I mean, the jury got donuts and muffins and extra coffee this morning because they were rather inconvenient sitting there waiting and waiting. And now they've been sent back again for another 10 minutes. But I don't believe her that it's going to be 10 minutes. At least this time we heard her say it. So we knew what to expect. Well, another recess. Are you behind, King? Yeah. Not like once you get through Welcher's testimony, once they go to sidebar, you can speed up because they don't really do anything after sidebar but go on a recess again. I do believe before Hank Brennan has Dr. Welcher leave the stand that he'll go over the testimony again in a nice loop so the jury hears it all concisely in one fell swoop. All this disruption is not good, and I know he knows it. Yep. Oh, yeah. Let's just look, see if there's anything else. But is there anything else you guys would like to go over? Because, I mean, this is getting me frustrated. I can imagine how you all feel. I wonder how she ruled on the supplemental witnesses, or if we're going to find out. I guess I can just go and look because they'll post it up on there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know how. I don't know what the sidebar leading to the recess is all about. Yeah, well, actually, she just listens. Well, Rodin says, I'm sure Karen is a joy at these sidebars. Basically, she usually just is nodding behind the attorneys as they argue, but she has been the last 2 weeks much more forward with her attorneys during trial or whispering to them. Just now, when Alessi was doing Voir with Dr. Welcher before his testimony, she was trying to get his attention and mouthing things over to him while he was at the podium. She is definitely feeling the pressure of the new way the evidence is being presented by Hank Brennan in this case. It is not going the way that she thought, and I'm sure she's feeling a lot of pressure. And being the type of person, she's well educated, and all she's like, she's weighing in. She's been part of her defense from the start, but now it's more evident. We can actually see it in the courtroom. We see it in everything that she's doing. I do wonder if that's going to play to her advantage with the jury or not. I don't really think it will, but I mean, I'm of two minds of it. Actually, it could mean that they might think that she's just really intelligent, and Barry wants to take it into her hands because why not? It's her life, and she's on trial for really serious charges here. She wants to do everything that she can to make sure she gets the best defense possible. But then again, you've got all these attorneys, and why aren't you letting them take the lead? They are supposedly experts in their field, right? I mean, could the jury think Karen's being a Karen? I guess we'll find out eventually, and it comes verdict time. Oh, on the P. Diddy, no, they went on hiatus with that trial on Thursday. I reported on Friday. There is a new video in the playlist for Sean Combs. It's on the channel, and I'll be doing another one on Friday there, Karen. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like once a week. They are back in court today. Yep. Good song there, wrote in Under Pressure, David Bowie and Freddie Mercury. Yeah. I'd rather that one stuck in my head than Ironic from this morning. You're welcome, Ken. If I have the playlist set up, it'll be the first one at the top. It's a black and white thumbnail. It should have the date on the thumbnail. It's for days 6 through 9 of the testimony. Trial dates. We're going to have a true crime and legal update tonight on a couple of cases, 3 of them actually. I'll get back into the swing of stuff, even though there's a trial going on. Try to keep on top of the multitude of cases that we're all following in this court. Tonight, we're going to be talking about Courtney Clenny, Lori Vallow Daybell again, and Mr. Brian Kohlberger out of Idaho. For those of you interested, before the stream, I did upload the Courtney Clenny hearing from Thursday with a little bit of commentary, not a lot, but a little bit. And that is also in the Courtney Clenny playlist or listed under videos on the home page of the channel. As I'm thinking about it, I could just as easily give you the link. Karen, do you want the link to the Sean Combs update? Because I'll just grab that one too while I'm here. Because that happened Thursday. Let me just mark it for you. This one's the P. Diddy from Thursday. There you go, Karen. Give you something to do during the break. And where the heck? And go to videos. And this, yep, it's right above. I just posted it, Karen. And this is the Clenny hearing from Courtney Clenny's hearing out of Florida. And we'll be talking about later tonight. There we go. Boom, boom. And for those of you that came in later, I also posted a really decent article from Anon Lawyer in regards to reasonable doubt. And he's on Substack, and he did even more today, or was it last night? So I do, some of the Substacks are free. This is an actual really good article, and I think that we should all review it, because reasonable doubt is what this is going to come down to. This trial has always been a battle of experts proving the different theories of what happened that night, Yeah, Turtle, you almost made me choke there for a second till I got to the last word in your sentence there. She said, I'm sure P. Diddy is innocent because Trump vouches for him. And then she put sarcasm in parentheses. That's a chuckle. It's well over 10 minutes, by the way. The one thing that annoys me about Judge Beverly Cannone is her 10 minutes is never 10 minutes. Never. Ever. Is it 10 minutes? It's usually 15 to 30 when she says 10. And she said 10 minutes, and that was 15 minutes ago easy. Probably more. She heard me complaining because here they come. I hear noise. Hopefully they're coming in. Probably coming in just to announce they're going to lunch. We'll see.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objection's overruled.
All that, and it was overruled. My God, will he sit down now? Can they just tie him to his chair now?
Welcher, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So.
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
Sure. If you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what 0.154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
it's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You'll
in
have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. Shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering. And so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have the text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
you're gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm gonna ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left.
So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2.
And
So again, it's technically in the system, the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
and the red number next to it to the right.
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this in a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you
From
can
this-
see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration, the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
Nope, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
So when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 123204 to 123212?
Sustain.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the Lexus, or excuse me, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly are.
Okay, so why don't we do that, George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson can just follow up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You are muted.
Okay, so there we go. That's going to be lunch. Hey, Shill, thanks for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Well, that was a lot of information, and a lot of information that the defense definitely is doing everything they can to keep the jury from hearing. But they lost their argument. It was overruled. I don't know why she had to take so long to do it, but apparently she had to check some stuff out. This is the link to the next stream. I'm sure you all could use a good stretch. Go get something to eat, have a snack, something to drink, stretch, get some air. Because once we continue with continued direct by Hank Brennan of Judson, Dr. Judson Welcher from Aperture, our accident reconstruction specialist expert. Well, then we're going to have Cross, and I do believe it's Robert Alessi. And it's going to be interesting because I wonder if he's going to bring out his CV, or maybe a book report from the 5th grade, or, whether he made his prom date cry. I don't know. But if it's anything like Shannon Burgess, what he definitely won't do is attack the data. Well, let's see what happens. Because I think at this point they have to. They have to. The jury, by all accounts of the reporters, have been invested in this testimony. They've been listening carefully, most of them taking notes. The 5 so-called note takers that always take notes, but everybody was pretty well listening and watching and staring intently at the presentation and listening to every word that Dr. Welcher was saying. So as long as it stays on track and they can actually, he can actually explain it to us. And I do appreciate how he explains it to us like we're 2-year-olds, because it's beneficial to me. That is one hell of a chart. It has the speed, the direction, going forward, going backward. It has everything, and it's all in second increments. And if he wasn't there to explain it to me, I'd be lost, even with the headings. So I'm glad. And then the visual, taking those figures from the chart and then showing the visual of what that means, that was really impactful. And I can't wait for the rest of his testimony. So the next stream is down there. If you're on Twitch, it'll just start again. You don't have to go anywhere. It will just start again. You don't have to leave the chat or anything. But for YouTube, you will have to go to the other stream. And I'll see you all in about 40 minutes. I'll be back right before they start so we don't miss anything. So thanks for joining me and keeping me company. I know it's been a rough morning. Let's hope the afternoon goes a little smoother. See you soon.